Hello, and welcome to an S rank run of Xanadu next, in which I will also be getting all the achievements. Now, you can't get all the achievements during the S rank run, but you can obviously use the save file afterwards, right? So that's what I'm going to do. I started a new save to get the achievement for the S rank, and then after we're done with that, we're just gonna do some cleanup. Now, unfortunately, this game has some annoying bugs, and the major ones are that a lot of the achievements are actually bugged. So, if you are on PC, this is unfortunately a game where you will have to make use of Steam Achievement Manager. Now, what I do for these videos, because I already have the platinum, right, the ribbon, all the achievements for these videos, but when I do make a video where I get all of the achievements in a game that I've played before, I actually delete all of my achievements, right? But this isn't a thing where it bugged for me. It's actually a lot of people that own this game have complained about this. It's just messed up, right? An example would be getting all weapons and maxing them, right? The game just doesn't, it just stops at like, I think it's at 40-ish, right? It just stops. Same with the map. At like 20% map exploration or something like that, the achievement just doesn't progress anymore. So what I do in these situations, right? People are different. Some people don't care. They just cheat the achievement just because, right? But what I like to do, if an achievement is bugged, but I did clear the pre-requirements, right? Then I basically force the game to recognize the achievement. But anyways, the actual hardest achievement that, you know, the whole S rank thing, that achievement worked actually. So it did just pop up, but yeah, just as like a disclaimer. Okay, so S rank, what is it? What are the requirements? I might need to pull something up because I don't actually remember most of it. But um, 1 second. It should be somewhere around here. Oh yeah. So, potion count. You are only allowed to use less than 25 potions. So that means 24 is the maximum allowed potion usage. No deaths at all. This game is actually disgusting. It's not just no deaths on the save file. Excuse me. It's actually, if you die, right? There's like a short animation where the character falls to the ground. If you fall to the ground, so if you faint, right, you can actually Alt F4. So just Alt F4. You might have lost a lot of progress, but it doesn't count as a death. Now, once the, you know the three text boxes where it says retry from last save, respawn in city, or go to title screen? If you click on any of those, it counts as a death on the save file. So if you click reload last save file, or if you go back to the title screen and reload the save file where you haven't died yet, it will count it as a death. So the run is just over, right? So what I did when I died, which it was so stupid, I get to that later. It happened, I died like 4 times to the lava in Eaglet Mountain. But anyways, so what you have to do is, when your character falls over, right, just alter for the game. Just alter for the game. So yeah, no deaths. You are, next up, you are only allowed to rest 5 times. It's not 5 save. It's not, you know the statue? It gives you a full heal and full mana, right? That counts as a save in quotation marks. You're only allowed to do that 5 times. So you should use your saves when you do rest, right? Because you automatically rest when you save. You have to get 100% of all fixed chests, and you have to beat the game under 6 hours. Now, granted, it's not actually 6 hours, because the game, I'm pretty sure there's not a lot of documentation about this game. People say the game just doesn't... The game pauses when you talk to NPCs or when you press escape, right? And that is true, but I think that Harlech, like the city of Harlech, completely pauses the game. I didn't bother testing it, but I think I ended my save file on like 2 hours or something. But that's not, like, you can see by the length of this video, probably. Yeah, this didn't take me 2 hours. Okay, then when you beat the last boss, you have to be at level 15 or lower. Now this game has a level down feature, so that's not an issue. And lastly, you are only allowed to get hit a certain amount of time. It's somewhere in the ball. It's definitely less than 600, but it's somewhere around the ballpark of 570. But that, again, that's not an issue. It's not 600 damage. It's around 600 hits. It's not a problem. Okay, so those are the requirements for getting an S rank. Because this game grades you. If you play Resident Evil, it's like that, right? How fast did you beat the game? How good did you aim? How often did you get hit? How many herbs did you take? It's like that. What else do I need to get out of the way? Any documentation that I found useful, I will link in the description. There's one video that is really nice. Unfortunately, it's from like a Japanese guy. I don't remember if that video was 1 year ago or 6 years ago, but this game is old, by the way. It came out in 2005, or at least the PC version came out in 2005. Maybe the game is even older. But yeah, so I'll link his video because my run was heavily based on his in the description. Then there's a site where you can just look up some... It's not that great. It doesn't tell you, for example, which enemy drops the item, right? But it just gives you a list of all the weapons in the game and stuff like that. And then I will drop a Steam discussion thing. Well, 2, actually. One who just recorded some of the loot tables of the enemies. For this run specifically, the only thing that matters are 2 enemies, and that's Goblin Warriors for the Beswa weapon, and Elder Lizardmen for the Gwindori Slasher weapon. Since you do need to get proficiency all skills, which means weapons at 100 proficiency, and those are the 2 enemy drops that you can't get elsewhere, right? Technically, there's also the Drake's Claw. However, the Drake's Claw, you get a guaranteed one when you clear out the first room of Eaglet Mountain Peak. And since we have to get all the treasure chests, right, you get the weapon either way. Like, you have to get it from that chest. So there's no need to grind them. What else? Yeah, so his video, then the 2 Steam discussions. Yeah, then in the other Steam discussions where they try to figure out how the S rank works, you can also find some maps there. So that's really nice if you're confused where Agnes is. You don't actually need Agnes's special items for this run specifically. However, I like to have a full, clean save file. So even if there isn't an achievement for getting all the armor pieces, right? I went out of my way. I didn't show them all in this video, but I went out of my way to actually farm the enemies to get the chestplate +1 and the silver armor and those kind of things. That's just personal gratification though. You don't have to do that for this run. Anyways, the start of this run, very, very hard. Most retries, if you're not like me and die to the fucking sprouting, shooting out geyser of lava 6 times in a row and you have to redo 2 hours of gameplay, the beginning of the game is the hardest part. For sure. What we want to do at the beginning is get to level 3, if I remember correctly, and make sure to take out the goblin shamans last, because they can drop a magic potion, and that sells for a whopping 200 gold. And you will need a lot of keys, and we will be very short on cash almost the whole run. So yeah, and you need an insane amount later on to buy all the weapons. If you watch the guy's S rank run that I will have in the description, he, for example, he actually sells the one-off weapons, right? But like I said, I like to have a full save file, even if it's not needed for the achievements. So I could have, for example, saved, excuse me, I could have saved a lot of money grinding by just selling all the one-off weapons that you get. But I refused. But yeah, if you don't care about that, just sell the weapons later on. Yeah. So here you want to make sure, like I said, to get to level 3. And you want 5 magic potions preferably. If not, 4 is good enough. If you only have 3, you can try. It's gonna be a little bit annoying, but it's possible. I actually managed to do it in one run, but I died to... I don't remember, but I did die. And I decided to reset because I have to reset. Because I use up my first save way later. Anyways, Dvorak kills us, like always. Story, yeah, I do have another Xanadu video. That one was more of a very, very heavily focused on the lore. A very casual playthrough. A lot of explanation. More of a storytelling vibe, I guess. This one will be heavily focused on the gameplay. Yeah, getting the S rank, I'ma be real, it felt good. It felt good. Because you spend, like, the way you have to play is very, I guess deliberate is the best word that comes to mind. Because while you're playing, you have to keep all of these things in mind, right? Like, you can only get hit so many times. You have to get all the weapons. You have to get the proficiency up. You have to get all the guardians. You don't have to level the guardians, but you do have to get them all. You have to get all of the chests. And if by the end, right, let's say you didn't bring an Onyx to TP back and you're at Galsus, and then you missed like 3 chests, but you have no clue where those chests are. Yeah, so you have to play in a very... I don't know how to explain this. You have to keep like 8 things in mind at the same time. For example, also because of the way the stat allocation in this game works, right? You can have... If you let's say you level up, you get 5 points. Just as an example, I can't actually remember. I think it's 6 points. But anyways, let's say you have 5 points, right? You put them into whatever. And before your next level up, it can be 1 XP off, doesn't matter. Before your next level up, if you take those points out and then level, you now have 10 points to freely allocate. And you can keep doing that over and over and over. However, if you level up, right, while having points allocated, they lock in. Now again, there is the level down mechanic, but still, it's locked in for now, right, until you level down. And I messed up, I think, 6 times. The Eaglet Mountain was my bane in this run. I messed up 6 times. I leveled up accidentally and I had like 50 points locked into int. Now this is a very heavily locked in int run, right? But the issue is, way later, when you actually do when you actually get all the skills from the weapons, right? You need to have those points freely available so you can excuse me. You need to have those points freely available so you can actually get the stats for every weapon. Otherwise, you don't have enough points and you need to level down and then level up again in order to get those points. So that's what I mean. You need to have all of these things in mind at the same time. It's kind of craziness. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It's kind of craziness. It was enjoyable though. It was enjoyable. Especially if you don't plan on making a video, right? Making sure you get the footage, making sure the footage looks good. Then if you accidentally forgot to capture something, you have to redo the whole part, because remember, you're only allowed to rest 5 times. So at maximum, you only have 5 saves, right? And if you spread them out like me, it's, yeah. 1 missed footage and 3 hours of your life gone. Was kind of enjoyable though. I always do challenge runs. Well, not always. Most of the time I play in a way that is automatically a challenge run. It's just how I play games, I guess. I don't know. If you grow up on mostly RPGs, but I'm not saying I didn't play anything else. I'm saying if that was your like go-to genre, right? You don't want to use the potions. It just feels wrong, right? Like, you don't want to use a potion during battle. If I don't have a healer on the team, it is what it is. I gotta make do with what I have. I'm not gonna chug a potion. You know? Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Doesn't matter. Yeah, the beginning part of this run is very rough. You always need keys, but for that you need money. But you want to skip a lot of enemies because it's, first off, it's dangerous. Secondly, you gotta conserve your mana and you have to manage your XP. And oh my god. Oh yeah, this mini boss fight. Just blast them. Full int. And then if you get hit, that's fine. That's only 1 hit. And then bam, 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 bam. And he should go down. If you do it melee, 2 hits. And then run circles. 2 hits, circle. 2 hits, circle. Just keep doing that. And he should go down sooner or later. I did have a weird bug though. When I used melee, one button press registered as 2. But not always. It's not my controller, I checked. It's not my controller. But sometimes it registered as 2. So that was very dangerous. Well, luckily that only happened after I already had the S rank, so it didn't really matter. But yeah. See, here we get the ruby bracelet. It allows us to push heavy stones. Very important for block puzzles. Also, I saw in the endgame dungeon, there was a block puzzle with a mechanic that wasn't used throughout the whole game. It was basically a sliding box. So you push it once and it goes to the end, right? And you had to use the other block to block it so it goes where you want it to go. That was very interesting, but they didn't use it at all in the main game. It's just in the optional dungeon. So that got me kind of puzzled. But yeah, there is a... not mechanic. There's a way to deal with him so he doesn't split. But I can't be asked. Yeah, I just use magic. It's fine. I think now what we want to do is actually level up in the skeleton room that we just passed. The respawn mechanic works as follows. So, if you've cleared a room fully, okay? This only works if it's cleared fully. You move 2 screens away. Okay? So that's the second screen. And then you transition 6 times. And once you have transitioned 6 times without re-entering the room, all enemies will have respawned. If you accidentally, let's say you do 4 transitions and then you walk back into the room, the counter goes back to 0 and there will be no enemies. So you leave the room, you go 1 further, so 2 screens away, and then you transition 6 times, which is basically just 3 times back and forth, right? So 1, 2, 3, which is 6 because it's you do it twice, right? And then they respawn. This is throughout the whole game, by the way. This is how the respawn works. So it doesn't matter what enemy room we're talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then they respawn. And then you just blast them. But yeah, I'm thinking this is already putting a strain on my voice. I might only talk over the important bits. Yeah, I didn't wanna, like, the reason why this video is so long, I didn't want to cut down everything except for the important bits, because I want to show, well, the video in the description is actually better, because he played it super clean and I didn't, but I want to show how you can do this achievement, how you can get an S rank, right? If I just cut down all of this and just show like the boss fights and my stats for the boss fight, well, you don't know which treasures you might have missed. You won't know. Well, I'm assuming, right? But you might not know where the best part to farm before a certain boss is. You might not know when to go back and grab certain items. For example, in this area, that's on my first playthrough, there was one singular chest that I missed. Okay? Blind playthrough, played it for the first time, no guides, no nothing, no maps, nothing, right? There was one chest I missed. And it's so stupid. In this maze, there is a room with some explodey slimes, right? And they are also bugged. In the endgame dungeon, or in the optional dungeon, not the castle, in the optional dungeon, the fire slimes work properly. You kill them, small area around them explodes after their death. Okay, cool, fine. In here, when you kill the fire slimes, the whole map gets damaged, right? It covers the whole screen. But you have to clear out that room, because after you clear out the room, you get a chest with a key in it. That's it. It's just literally a normal key. But it counts as a fixed treasure chest. And you need 100% of all chests, right? That's Durandal, the guardian that increases weapon proficiency. He will be very important later. Yeah, but that's the reason why I'm not gonna cut this down to only the important parts, so that you can, you know, either play along or pause the video, check for references, stuff like that. Basically, this sort of acts as a guide, right? There will be written stuff from other people in the description, but this video is like, you know, you can also use it as a reference or as a guide. In that chest is the moonstone, which allows you to TP back to the city for free, unlimited amount of times. However, it doesn't TP you back, so it's a one-way trip to the city, but it's unlimited. You can always use it. Really nice item to have, and I love that you get it so early in this game. If you want to, you know, a two-way trip, you need to get onyxes. You can buy those. Yeah, but I don't think I can talk this whole time. Like, I'm generally not used to talking, and it puts like a really big strain on my throat. I'll try though. But this part, yeah, actually the guy in the video, he doesn't do this yet. He does this way later, because it is a dangerous room. Sometimes, I managed to get the chest immediately without any issues. This time around, as you can see, I have to do like 7 loop-de-loops ring around the rosy. I think I even get hit like 2 times. But it's fine. In that chest is the flaming sword. It's a weapon that grants you the fire imbue, fire enchantment, fiery sword, whatever you want to call it, skill. It puts fire magic on your sword, which means you get a, I think it's 30% straight up damage buff. Undead enemies don't respawn. And you deal fire damage. So as long as the enemy isn't resistant or even absorbs fire damage, it's good to have. I'm not gonna use it, but I'm just saying that's the weapon, right? For a normal playthrough, it's really cool. But in this playthrough, I'm not gonna put stats into my character just so I'm able to wield this weapon. It's not worth it. Yeah. Alright, I'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, here you really want to make sure, in this maze area in general, you want to keep... well, either you want to keep 4 fireball spells, so you can light those 2 torches and the shortcut that's coming up. Or if you do it... well, if you play along, right, you will have done this anyway. But for a normal playthrough, you want to have 4 shots kept, so you can unlock both of these shortcuts. And otherwise, you could just level up. Okay, so the statue that just got freed is a sage called Theobald. I'm gonna give you a very short lore breakdown before I... well, let me explain this first. You have to clear this room once, no matter what, in order to unlock the boss room. But what we are going to do is we are actually gonna use this place to level up. And that's why we bought the Thunder spell, because you will need all of those uses. Okay, now I'm gonna give you a little bit of lore. If you haven't watched my other Xanadu next video. So way back in the days, there was this guy who was a dragon slayer, right? So he sought out dragons that had wicked hearts, and then he murked them. And in this world of Xanadu next specifically, because Xanadu is like, I think it's based on Legends of Heroes, and it's like a very big franchise from Nihon Falcom. Anyways, okay, let me not get off topic. Xanadu next. There was this guy, if a dragon was evil and did shit, he murked him, right? And after his death, he got turned into a guardian of the weapon he used, called the Dragon Slayer. So his spirit is literally like in the sword. Then, way later, the kingdom of Xanadu, they were chilling, they were enjoying life, and then this dragon king called Galsus, evil guy, right, showed up, and he sent demons, and he wanted to destroy them. But there was a specific constellation in the sky. So this youth, right, he got trained by 7 sages, and because of the constellation, he's like the chosen one. He picked up the Dragon Slayer and beat the crap out of Galsus. Now, we skip like 500 or maybe even 1,000 years into the future. Galsus comes back. And, okay, sorry, I forgot one part. So after Galsus was defeated by this like chosen one youth, right? They came up with a tradition where the king's eldest daughter, she gets trained from childhood, right? To like keep up this seal, to keep Galsus sealed, because he will regenerate sooner or later, right? So they keep him sealed so they know where he will be, and he will be very weak and they can keep him contained. So this continues for 14 generations, right? And then Galsus is very strong now. The seal gets broken by a woman named the Black Bride. And the 7 sages and the princess that was supposed to keep up the seal train up and prepare to defeat Galsus. However, there was no constellation. The constellation, by the way, is called Dragon Fang. So there was no chosen one. So the princess picked up the Dragon Slayer. And she, along with the 7 sages, prepared. And before that, the king also sent an army led by Vanaporte, which is also a guardian card, to go and defeat Galsus. Obviously, that didn't work out. So the princess and the 7 sages go there. And this is complete folklore. It's folklore. It's folktale. After the princess and the 7 sages went to defeat Galsus, roughly a month after that, the demon attacks have stopped. And this was like 500 years ago from the start of the game, right? But the princess never came back. And the 7 sages never came back. And then obviously later you learn the stone statues are the 7 sages of that time who were like the most prominent ones. And yeah. And now, you know, the game starts. It's 500 years later. Ooh, maybe there's a constellation in the sky. Ooh, are these stone people the 7 sages? Yeah, they are. I'm sorry, I made like I don't remember, but my other Xanadu video was also like 6 hours long and I went like heavy into the lore, so there's that. Okay. So, Beliard should come up soon. Beliard, the tree boss. Beating him will give you the achievement, I think it's called just straight up Lumberjack. Let me actually see. Yeah, it's called Lumberjack. The boss, I'm gonna explain his mechanics and what you can do, because maybe you just watched this video but you're gonna do a normal playthrough. So Beliard only takes damage from his tentacle core parasite thingy, right? That's like the actual body. He has a slam, the tree has a slam attack, and if the tentacle gets hit by the slam attack, it actually gets stunned. So that's nice to keep in mind. Then there's like, I think, 6 eyes on the ground. These 6 eyes will heal the tentacle. For every tentacle that's alive, he's gonna heal for 40. That's a lot. If the eye is blue, you can just hit it if it's open. If it's yellow, it's gonna spit out poison. The tree can also, besides the slam attack, throw out like poison balls. So be careful. For a melee build, take out all the eyes, then focus on the tentacle, bait it into the slam, and you should be Gucci to go. For this run, as you saw, just blast them with fire. Okay, so this gives us our first crown. Well, technically the second one, but Dvorak just killed us and took the crown of Zagreus, so that sucks. But yeah, that's the first crown that we actually keep, and we also get the gauntlet. This allows us to break stones, like boulders, not normal stones, like big boulders. So after we leave the boss room, we get ambushed by the guy that just got uncalcified, and Dvorak. And Dvorak tests us, basically. He's a bit of a lunatic. But he attacks us again. This time we beat his ass though. And Sage Fearbolt in this cutscene. Ooh, I actually almost killed him. Sage Fearbolt interrupts. You also get an achievement right here. And it's called, I think, Defender. Yeah, it's called Defender, defeated Dvorak. I don't actually know if you can lose here and the game just continues. But yeah, you just beat him and then you get the Defender achievement. Anything important? I don't actually remember, but I think we pick up some items now. There's like a small skip we do. There's a needle level 3 spell behind the boulder and the block puzzle. You're supposed to do this once you get the Pegasus boots that allow you to walk on air. But if you walk in a very specific angle at the rock, you actually jump on it. So you can get the needle 3 spell way earlier than you're supposed to. With the controller, it's very, very hard to pull off. So for that part, I actually just use my mouse. The controls for this game are funny, man. Especially if you play with mouse and keyboard. You control like all of the game with your mouse. Like even walking. It's not like an ARPG where you click and you walk there, or you hold the button, or you mouse scroll. But at the same time, it is. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. You hold left click, and it goes in the direction you're holding left click. But you have to keep holding. So it just follows your cursor, basically. You don't click and he walks there. You hold it, and he follows your cursor. It's funny. Same with spells. But you do those with right click. So yeah, we do the jump, and then... Let's see. If you push it, it's wrong, because you have to walk. I messed up. Okay. Nice. I pulled it off. That's how you're supposed to do it. Okay. Yeah, I do have to kind of like what's the word? Be gentle with my throat, I guess. So I'll talk to you at the next important bit. We pick up Vanaporte, which raises charisma, meaning your stuff sells for more and you buy for less. This is, by the way, the guy that led the army against Gelsis. Okay, so this mini boss, be very careful. I accidentally walked out during the chest animation, like out of this room. It happened to me like 3 times. I had to reset this part from my last... I don't even remember if I had a save file yet or not. But I had to do all of that again because I walked out of the room and the chest just despawned. So don't move after you killed the boss. We pick up the Guardian Zwerg, which is German for dwarf, and some other loot. And I talk to you at the boss. So yeah, another stone statue, another one of the sages. There's 7 in total, but you will only befriend 6 of them. One of them is actually a turncoat. Okay, next boss, Schautouts. Obligatory spider boss. We're just gonna use a magic build. That means bam, 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 bam. Then equip your thunder spell. Don't stand directly at the pillar, because if you do that, you're actually gonna get hit by the rubble. So stay away a little bit, and then just shoot. If you're not using this build, in the second phase, he runs 3 times, and then he gets stunned. If he shoots out those things, make sure to destroy like 2 or 3 of them, so you don't get hit by 7 explosions at once. You need like a safe little area. And the reward of this boss are twofold. You also get the Exterminator, I think, achievement. Is that Exterminator? Yeah, it's Exterminator. We get another crown. I think it's the one from Tyrone. And yeah, Crown of Tyrone. Then make sure to destroy the ice blocks with a fire spell to get another tabule. We get the monocles. No, it's threefold actually. You get the crown. You get the monocles, so you can make... You see those little sparklies? That's actually like hidden staircase or like hidden pathway. It works like the Mask of Ice from East though. Like you can't see enemies or characters if you have this equipped. So only use it for the parts where you have to use it. And we get the, I think it's called Firestone. This will allow us to use the ancient teleportation devices of the Kingdom of Xanadu. Okay, next up is the Treacherous Woods, or the Treacherous Woods. First, we pick up the Guardian Flügel, which is German for wing. In the Treacherous Woods, there are a couple of ways to navigate this area. If you mess up, you get teleported somewhere else in this area. That's why they're called Treacherous Woods. The first way is to equip the spectacles, and then one of the glyphs will light up. That's the right way. The other way is just go counterclockwise. And the third way is to actually make use of the confusing teleportation and just use it as like a massive shortcut. But I just do the normal way. I think I actually mess up once, but it's fine. I just do it the normal way. And at the end of this, we will get the Pegasian boots. That's not actually what they're called. I just like to call them that. Okay, let me take a break here. So this area right here is actually, like, these guys were the elder lizards, the very big guys, and those are the guys you have to defeat later on in order to get their weapon. Real quick, I'd be remiss not to mention, the only two missable items from Agnes are her bone knife at the very beginning of the game and the superior bone knife that you can get right here. If you want the silver armor, which basically makes you look like Adel from Ys 1 and 2, it's also a very good armor. You have to buy all of her special items. Now, the seeds that she sells are not missable. It might just be annoying to get because you have to respawn her over and over. However, the 2 bone knives are missable. So, in case you want to get the silver armor, I did show it in the video, right? So if you play along, you'll get it anyways. But if you don't want to fully play along, just know if you don't buy the 2 bone knives, you cannot get the silver armor. There's no achievement for it. I just wanted to mention it here if you're like me and you want like a full save file. Alright, so Eaglet Mountain. This is the part where I died so many times that I had to redo all of that, all of what you just saw. So, you see right there to the left and right, you see those fire sprinkler thingies? They don't look like they would hurt you, right? They hit you for like 98 times in a row. Like, you just die immediately. I thought it was just nice background setting, you know, sprinkle some flavor on it, you know, put the twang on it. But no, those things will damage you, and a lot, and fast. So yeah, go through the left side, don't go through the right side. I died so many times right there. Not even to the enemies. It was literally those, like, how do you pronounce it in English? Geysers of fire. So yeah, be very, very careful. I also made the mistake of over leveling like 4 times in a row. Right, this area is the bane of my existence. This is legit. The run was almost smooth sailing, right? Now, I died once to a boss later on, but that's about it. But in here, I had to redo this sections a total of 8 times, I think. So, yeah, just, you know, be careful. Mind your surroundings. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, right here, you want to make sure to have an onyx, because we can actually skip a lot of backtracking. If you just teleport with the onyx right behind the chest, right? The position is a bit finicky, so just open the chest from behind and use your onyx. And then when you go back in, you will actually be at the top again and you can just continue. Now in a little bit, there will actually also be an area where we will do a lot of grinding. I think it's like 3 levels in total, or maybe 2. I can't quite remember. But just keep an eye on your XP, okay? I also had to redo this section a lot of times because I accidentally overleveled and then my int was locked in. So yeah, talk to you at the next bit. Okay, right here, after you unlock the elevator, send it down. Don't be like me. Don't be a dum-dum. You have to send it down in order to be able to use the shortcut. We also pick up Ganesha. He reduces the status effects on you. Really helpful for the last optional dungeon. You don't need him though. Well, you need him for the S rank, but I didn't use him much. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, as you saw right there, be sure to actually send the elevator down. I don't know why, but I hand on my heart, on another playthrough, I think you have to send the elevator down once, and then the game just knows your position and gives you the elevator. But I might be wrong. But still, just be sure to actually send it down once, so that you can actually use the shortcut. I messed up big time there. Okay, so right here, at literally the first screen, is where you will get the Drake's Claw. And this area is actually pretty much smooth sailing. The mountain itself, like the fire area, is actually the dangerous part in my opinion. Like this right here is easy peasy. Next boss, another guardian of a crown. Evil Worm, which is literally just evil worm. With this build, super easy. He legit goes down to one barrage of needles. So the fireballs just move-ish little bit. I explained this way better in my other video, but he either is on a platform or on the ground. He sends out a plus form fire wave, and that's the only time when you can attack him. After the fire wave. Then he charges up a big attack. You go to the opposite elevation level to dodge it, and then you can hit him a little bit more. And usually on half health, he actually floods the arena with fire. Just focus on dodging the laser attack, and then it just repeats until he goes down. But yeah, there's that. And then you get the achievement. What's it called? Let me see. Demon Buster. We also get another key item here, in addition to the crown. And it's the lungstone, which allows us to breathe underwater. And we will be needing that. Okay, so this next section, in a normal playthrough, you would just go do the next boss, right? But if you're going for the S rank, right now we are actually going to do a lot of preparation and getting things out of the way. So the first step, since we now have all the key items, right? We have the Pegasian boots, we have the Lungstone, we have the gauntlet, we have the ruby bracelet, we have the spectacles. So now we can actually grab a lot of stuff that we couldn't before, or it was out of the way, or it was too dangerous. So, you know, like the Eternal Maze has some stuff we left. For example, Belladonna, a Guardian. Then the dangerous room that I spoke of earlier that you have to do, because that chest that spawns after you defeat all the enemies actually counts towards 100% completion. We're gonna do, I will have it like sped up by an insane amount because it took so long. We're gonna get the proficiency up of all of our weapons, not all of the weapons. I did a lot of weapons. The reference video actually did way less. He just did what he needed. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. Also, we're preparing Durendal, trying to get it to level 10 so we can actually get to the proficiency farm. And I think that's it. Yeah, a lot of backtracking, preparing Durendal, and then leveling the weapons. Did I forget something? I don't know. We'll see. Right here, I just wanted to mention, you actually get more proficiency if you hit enemies. It's just the safest way to do it like this because, you know, the hit count that also goes into calculation. But you can do it on enemies. I think I did it for some weapons where I hit some enemies here and there. But yeah, so if you want to play it safe, this is the spot where you want to do it. Just hit these over and over and over again. Go up one screen, come back down because it refreshes it. If you're feeling frisky, go up and hit the slimes or the goblins. But yeah, just a little addendum, I guess. Okay, next boss. I always forget his name. It's like Ascaloid or something like that. Ascomoid. The achievement that you will get after beating him is Unbeholder. I think that's a Dungeons and Dragons reference. I actually died to him once. This guy is... Oh, gee! Did you see that little dance I did there? He's very resistant to magic. That's why you want to bring a melee build. As for his attacks, there are spikes coming out of the ground. Try to not get hit, but it's not that important. This laser attack is when you want to get in some nice juicy hits. That's your best opportunity to attack, right? But as for the fight itself, literally just stand at the corners. Keep moving though, because there's like that attack, that fast laser sweep. And when he charges the big laser sweep, get in, go to his backside, hammer him. Once he's about half health, right? Oh. Yeah, see, I actually died there. Anyways, let me finish my explanation. Once he's at about half health, you want to spam Thrust, because Thrust, it deals okay damage, but mainly it gives you iframes, right? So you just get him to half health, roughly, and then you literally spam Thrust. Why? Because it keeps him animation locked. He will only do his spinny attack. But because of your Thrust iframes, the attack won't kick you away, and you won't get hit for damage. Meanwhile, you are dealing damage. And it should be enough to take him out at that point. After that, equip your bow, equip the arrow, and shoot the eye to break the seal. And I talk to you in Xanadu's Labyrinth. Brought to you by Sison. So the seal from the beginning of the game, right, the stone statue, got unsealed as well, and that is Sturm, which is German for storm. Who would have guessed? Dvorak basically told him, look, there's gonna be this fucking booty ass knight coming. He's weak, don't let him in. But Sturm is just like, I don't really care. Or maybe he saw something in us, but it doesn't really matter because you can just pass on by. Xanadu's Labyrinth. With the build we're running, you will destroy the enemies in here, but you have to be careful to not get hit. So play very deliberate. Make sure to kill the enemies before they touch you. They hit hard, because our build is not made for taking hits. It's made to clear the screen as fast as possible. Yeah, for some reason this puzzle did something to my brain. I don't know. Maybe it's when I'm recording. That might also be just a weak ass excuse. But for some reason this took me a while. Yeah. It do be like that. Any notes about Xanadu's Labyrinth? Not only what I mentioned, honestly. Just, you know, don't get greedy. Use your magic. Don't be scared to spend your SP. And you should be fine. Ooh, Frostbrand. I just really like that name. It's like Rhyme Chill. Or like, I don't know, Fire Fang. Voltaic. I can't think of anything. But yeah, I don't know. If you take like an element, right, and then you just put another word behind it, it just sounds cool. I was about to say Voltaic Marrow, but yeah, I just wanted to mention that. It's just a cool name, Frostbrand. right here, this jump, make sure to destroy the candles. Well, not right here, actually, it's one ahead. Make sure to destroy the candlesticks, otherwise you will fall down, and that is no bueno. And downstairs, we don't actually want to open all the chests. You know the chest that spawns the gargoyles? It's not required for the 100%. Anyways, we get, I think that's gray ash, right? Gray ash. Okay. Yeah. Just destroy the candles, unequip your Pegasian boots, and you can do the jump. Why do I say Pegasian boots? I get it like Pegasus, but is that from OSRS? I can't remember. Are those the archer boots? Were they called Pegasian? Why do I keep saying that? Okay. The time crevice. There's not much to say, honestly. We finally have some armor on. We're using melee. Story-wise, they talk about the Dragon Fang constellation is actually back in the sky, right? Very much hinting that we are the chosen hero. That means if we manage to get the Dragon Slayer, right, we have the help of the 7 sages, we will be able to defeat Gelsis properly. Because remember, what the people thought was just folklore, right? Yes, the demon attacks have stopped 1 month after the princess and the 7 sages disappeared, so they just assumed that they beat Gelsis. That, spoiler, they didn't actually, right? Because, well, I talked about this in the other video, but anyways, I'm just gonna say it when it appears in the game. But yeah, Time Crevice. I actually hate this song. Oh my god, this song messes with my head. I don't know what it is, but this song annoys me so much. Also, another side note, I really like this game, but one of my gripes with it is that the boss music, right? Every boss except the last boss has the same theme. It's like a small thing, but that actually annoys me. Yeah, the reason why I'm destroying these blocks, they have a chance of dropping health and mana potions. It's low. If I were to guess, it's like 5 or 10%, right? There is a chance. So yeah, you can destroy them if you want to. Okay, Lorelei, one of the 7 sages, and she is the turncoat. The way she works is if you played Ofen Felgana from East, it's the Furies fight, the Harpy fight, right? Each of them have an elemental strength and a weakness. However, with our build, we're just gonna spam shit and they will go down. In my other Xanadu video, you can see like a proper fight. We're not gonna do that here though, we're just gonna blast her. That's it, yeah, that was the whole fight. This build is so stupid, man. Put it all into int, right? It's like Ooga Booga. It's gorilla style, but intelligence instead of strength. And then before you level up, you just take it out. And then when you level up, you put it back into int, but you have the floating skill points. It's just funny, man. But yeah, Castle Strange Rock, finally. I honestly don't have a lot of commentary for this. It's best to just... I'm not trying to say, oh, just watch my video, right? Just watch the Japanese speedrunner guy. But it's literally best to just pause the game, take your time, look at the next steps, think about how you want to do it, right? And then do it. Don't rush into it. But there's also not a lot of commentary to make because, like, what do you want me to say? Okay, you just blast them with magic. This build is literally seek and destroy. That is what we have been doing this whole run, right? Look at the room layout. Okay, there's this many enemies. They're at that position. I'm gonna use my ice spell, or I'm gonna dodge around, or I'm gonna stand here and then shoot needle, right? But it's more of a visual demonstration than an auditory one. But I didn't just want to have it completely uncommentated, so I give like small bits and pieces here and there. Okay, so right here, we are picking up the phoenix feather. Once we're in town, we go to the item shop, and he actually has a family recipe to turn it into all healing remedy, right? Well, not all healing, because our character is literally on the brink of death. I explained that way better in my other video, right? But I'm actually gonna explain this now. Anyways, he has this remedy that can cure all illnesses, and Agni's reason for doing all of this treasure hunting stuff and stupid business is because we now only learn her father is very, very sick, and she was looking. Well, she wanted money in order to buy medicine. So we go to her location in the Clover Ruins because that's the safest one to do and it's the closest one. And then we talk to her. She wants the remedy. We give it to her. And because we refuse the money, she gives us the Bella Freude card. Freude means joy in German. And it will give you more attribute points when you level up. So it has a max level of 3. So once the card reaches level 3, every time you level up, you get 9 skill points instead of 6. So very, very good. We will make use of that. We won't go all the way down to level 1. We just go to 10, I think. But yeah. So I'm actually gonna put the lore build right here. I should have talked about that in the beginning. I don't know why I didn't. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Yeah. So when Dvorak fucking murked us, right? We were actually at the brink of death. And the priestess, while she was able to save us, we are a cripple, right? So she put a guardian into us, and usually the guardians are put into a person at birth, or like very shortly after birth. It's like baptizing, right? And it sticks with you your whole life. And the guardians strengthen one aspect of you, right? Your physical strength, your mental strength, resistance to ailments, stuff like that. But because we're in like limbo, basically, we can freely swap out guardians. And this is also the reason why we are looking for the Dragon Slayer sword, because the Dragon Slayer sword, as mentioned, has the legendary hero guy in it as a guardian. And if we get that, the sword actually grants you like glory and triumph and stuff like that. But basically, we will be able to live a normal life again. So we're on borrowed time, essentially. This whole game, we're on borrowed time. I don't know why I didn't mention that in the... Anyways, I have another video where I talk way more in detail about the law, so there's that. Okay, we are at the peak of Castle Strange Rock. It is time for the final boss fight, Galsis. Gonna give a quick fight overview and then give the lore overview and then we clean up the rest of the achievements. So, fight overview. Galsis. He has 2 main phases, but technically you could say he has like 4, I think. So he starts the fight by flying away and spawning ads. It's like 6 gargoyles or something like that. And meanwhile, he shoots purple needles at you, but you can just stand behind the pillars. Your best bet to deal with the first phase, so the ad phase, is using death magic or any other magic really that can clear rooms. Excuse me. Then, second phase, if you want to call it that. After the ads are dealt with, he flies around and bombards the arena with AoE explosions. Keep moving. Then he lands and he surrounds himself with purple orbs. Don't get close. Either stand behind the pillars or run, right? He's gonna shoot some fireballs. Stand behind the pillars or run. When he storms, he's gonna shoot out wind waves on the ground level. These are very dangerous. You have to stand behind the pillar. After that attack though, you are free to attack his legs after the purple orbs go up. Once you deal enough damage to the legs, his head is going to fall down and you're gonna Dragon Slayer his head. If you have enough damage, you can do this in 1 or 2 hits. If not, just keep doing it until he goes down. Then the proper second stage starts. There's 4 statues that keep shooting fireballs at you. Just try your best to dodge, but it's okay that don't deal that much damage. After that, there's gonna be blue lasers that home in on you. Wait a little bit, then run towards Galsis. Do not get hit by the blue lasers, you will immediately die. His belly will expose his core. Dragon Slayer it twice and then run into a corner, either top left or top right depending on which side you chose. Do this a couple of times and he will die. That's more or less the whole fight. If you do it properly, it's gonna be very easy. If you panic, it's gonna get very dangerous. Okay, lore. So, the priestess in the beginning was actually Liselot, the second princess of... No, the first princess of the 14th dynasty. She is the Black Bride, she married Galsis. However, she wasn't actually the bad guy. She married Galsis in order to seal him within herself. When she got attacked by her sister Florette, right, which is the other princess, and the 7 sages, because the constellation wasn't in the sky, because there was no chosen hero, they weren't strong enough to defeat Galsis. So what Liselot did is use a spell to freeze time, essentially. So she turned the 7 sages and her sister into stone until the constellation comes back up so the chosen hero can properly defeat Gelsis. So now 500 years later, the time spell is weakening, but luckily the constellation did show up. The 7 sages wake up, her sister wakes up, we arrive at her doorstep, she guides us towards the Dragon Slayer. The Gelsis seal also broke though, so everything is in place. However, after we defeat Gelsis, in order to properly put him down, because he is now bounded in marriage, like it's not like a human marriage, right? But because he is bound to Lieselot in marriage, we have to kill Lieselot as well. And in my other video, I explained it way better. It's also more emotional, more of a storytelling, right? I did it properly there, I did it justice there. But yeah, the game actually makes you do it. It's like in Metal Gear Solid 3, where you have to put down Big Boss. Yeah, it's like that. You have to actually press the attack button. Anyways, a couple of things. The drowning achievement is bugged. I do show it here. It is bugged. So unfortunately, you'll have to cheat that. And then it's time for the optional dungeon. This dungeon is very, very hard. It's okay if it takes you a lot of tries. Also, there's no save point before the boss. So your main goal is on every 5th floor. So every floor has a chest, right? One chest. And that contains either a healing potion large or a magic potion to restore your mana. On each 5th floor, there's a special item. The wooden sword, a scholar rope or something. Then there's an elixir. Then you get the sorcery sword and the cloak. The cloak is on the 25th floor. In this optional dungeon, it works like the time crevice. It is randomly generated and you have to kill the enemies in each room to continue. However, once you reach floor 25, okay, you will get a key item called the cloak. If you have that, you can actually just run through this dungeon. You don't have to kill the enemies in every single room. You can just run through the door. So your main goal is to reach floor 25 first. Get the cloak. And then, if you lose to the boss, right, at least you can speed run towards him. You don't have to do every single room over and over and over again. But if it's hard, if it takes you a while, it's okay. It's supposed to be like that. This is like the super duper bonus endgame content. You know, that's just there for it to be there for people that want to do it. Do I have any tips? You gotta be ready to swap skills out. So in the first 5 floors, having an elemental enchantment on your weapon is really nice. Later on, however, there will be enemies that absorb your elemental damage, right? So you gotta get kinda good at putting, let's say, Frostbrand skill on your weapon, right? Then taking it out for physical build and spells. It's just, it is what it is, man. I'm sorry. I'm gonna show the first 5 floors and then only the last important bit. But yeah, my best tip, level up. I'm sorry, level up. Just keep doing this over and over until you finally finish it. And the last boss also had the unfortunate visual bug, so I couldn't even tell what the hell he was doing. So I just spammed stuff until he went down. But yeah, so I'm just gonna let this play out and I'll talk to you in a little bit. So right here you can see I have the cloak, so I can just ignore the enemies and run straight through. And that's what you want to do. And the last boss is actually Dvorak, with all his normal attacks, just beefed up. That's it. If you don't have the visual bug, what I would recommend is bait out his attack and then get one hit on his backside. Because, like I think I mentioned it in this video, my game had a weird bug where it did 2 attacks instead of 1. And you can probably hear the weird lightning effect in the background, right? That is the indicator that my game is bugged right now. So very sad, very annoying, but I still did manage to beat the boss. And after this, all that's left is leveling the guardians. So I'll show you a good spot in a second. Okay, so the best way I found to level the guardians is right here. I'll show you how to actually get here after this. But you just do 6 room transitions, then you go in here, you use a spell, and that's it. And actually, you should use the Sword of Sorcery. I don't know why I didn't equip it here. But the Sword of Sorcery actually boosts your intelligence. And that way, my Thunder spell actually, I had to use it twice in order to kill the whole room. With the Sword of Sorcery equipped, it only took 1. So, equip your Sword of Sorcery, and then just blast them. And keep doing that over and over and over until all of your guardians are maxed out. And then you should have the Platinum Trophy. Let me check real quick if I missed anything. So, complete the map, all skills, the Bugged Water achievement, conquer the other dimension, all guardians, Gelsis, S rank, boss, all tabulae. Yep, that's it. and then you'll have the platinum trophy or the ribbon on Steam. Right here I show you how to get to the farming spot efficiently, and that's it. So I want to say thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Take care, don't get bullied, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye bye.